Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports block. And listen, big ups to everybody pulling up the Flight Sports TV. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Let me thank Flight first and foremost. Salute to you, Flight, for inviting me onto your platform and integrating me into the stream. I'm grateful, thankful, and appreciative for your humbleness.
Shout out to you, Dex, man. Dex, I need to talk to you, man. I'm so
Yes,
happy
sir.
that I'm so happy that you joined us, man. I didn't expect to see all access tonight. Dex, we got Shadur Sanders, man, getting thrown through the mother-loving mind. You understand? I don't like what's going on. I'm disgusted. I'm ready to throw up, goddammit. Dex, I need answers. What the hell is going on with Shadur Sanders? Because it's bigger than Nino Brown right now, man. It's bigger than Nino.
Yes, sir, Flight. I was scouring the landscape, doing some rigorous investigation, trying to find out what is happening behind the scenes. What is going on with the Oz? And I don't know if Deion Sanders or Shadur Sanders have trickled down step by step the yellow brick road to see what the hell is behind curtain number one and to expose the Oz for what it is. And let me tell you, they need the courage of Dorothy. They need the heart of the lion. They need all of the great things that turn the scarecrow to someone without fear. They need to be able to vanquish the wicked witch of the east. So, Flight, there is a lot of turmoil and there is a lot of what you consider hurdles that the Sanders family will have to jump, because it's already conspiratorial and it is obvious. It's not obfuscated. It is apparently and glaringly obvious what the hell is going on here. Pope B. Frank said it the best. They've been issued humble pie in their face. Now, we all know, based on my investigation, Flight, we all know Danny Ainge ducked the draft based on who was going to draft him, right? Before.
That's
It wasn't football. It wasn't football, but it was baseball, basketball. But it was very prominent how Mr. Ainge, his dad, was involved in where his son was going to be nestled for the prosperity of his career. It is very obvious that Mr. Elway, John Elway's father, coming out of Stanford in that prolific quarterback draft of 1983, did the same thing, was going to dodge the draft, abandon the rules that was in place if his son wasn't nestled in a situation that would be prosperous to John Elway's career, right? They threatened to play baseball. Is that correct? Now,
that's right.
Like I said, I've been on this earth long enough and have 56 years of experience, going on 57, to remember the Mannings. Yes, Archie Manning and company. When it came to Eli, he let Peyton Manning slide because Peyton Manning was the truth. He was already going to be one or two in the NFL draft. So that wasn't a harmful thing. He was basically a made man coming out of Tennessee. Even though Peyton Manning didn't win anything, he didn't win nothing. His predecessor, T. Martin, is the one that brought Tennessee that championship, not Peyton Manning. So keep that in mind. So he was a smooth transition. But when it came to Eli, there was a little confusion. There was a little baffling. There was a little conundrum of the direction of Eli Manning because he wasn't as sensational. He was good, but he wasn't as sensational as his older brother, Peyton, right? So Archie had to get involved because he thought Eli could be screwed if he goes to the wrong organization. So Archie got involved to dictate the direction of his son and made it a mandate. If the San Diego Chargers at the time draft my son, he's not going there. He walked the statement back a little bit after some criticism, but he was stern, he was stout, he was decisive when it came to Eli Manning direction going into his tour of duty as an NFL quarterback. So we know that this is not unprecedented territory for a father of that stature to get involved to make sure his son is not screwed or get into a situation where it becomes a point of no return and no man's land. Because people do have the audaciousness to try to screw over popular kids who parents have forged a way for them. Because they want the control. They want the influence. They want the dominance. But when you have a parent as popular and exposed, like the ones I mentioned, then these organizations tend to lose power and influence over these young men and cannot dictate or determine their tour of duty in the NFL. It relegates them to a lower status, and that could lead to other players in various rooms to buck just as well.
Dex, I want to ask you a question. We had also the president, Donald Trump, come out and speak about the disgust of America right now with Shadur Sanders. This is a horrible look for the NFL. What's your thoughts on President Trump speaking out on this matter, and how does this look for the NFL? Because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is not President Trump first time injecting himself in NFL matters, right? President Trump have also injected himself in NFL issues with Colin Kaepernick. So his voice has been an expansion of influence, but at the same time, the NFL want to grab hold. They don't want the NBA dynamic. They don't want the player power movement to start or be initiated by someone like Shadur Sanders with Coach Prime lingering in the background, giving dictates from afar. So they don't want that. So they feel that Shadur Sanders could be that messiah that come into the NFL with great poise, with great calmness, and massive influence, with astronomical likeness, to have the stern power to switch the dynamic of the Players Association and give it that union a powerful impact in fighting the oligarchs of the NFL of the old guard. You understand what I'm saying? So with what they doing now and President Trump injecting himself, President Trump is trying to help the NFL. Trust me. Now I know he loves Deion Sanders, especially when Deion Sanders was a Yankee. This is probably when they relationship probably budding, because we know President Trump is a fan of the Yankees. Deion Sanders was a Yankee All-Star, et cetera, right? So this is a warning to the NFL. You're about ready to screw something up. You follow what I'm saying? And right now, you went past the point of regret. You went past the point of reconciliation. You went past the point of apology. Because the world knows now that Shadur Sanders is being roughly screwed by ruffians in the NFL that makes decision on draft night. I've heard during my rigorous investigation fight, scouring through the landscape of the NBA, as I took steps by steps on the tundra of this situation, that the NFL, those that are part of this scheme, have vowed to protect the shield. And with the power and influence of Coach Prime, with the influence in social media of Shadur Sanders waving that roly, 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 all I want is a roly, roly, roly. Or do you know what time it is? Tell me, do you know? Do you know what time it is? Whether it's Kumo D or the Beastie Boys, is that they are afraid. And when you are afraid, sometimes you get desperate. And when you are desperate, most often you do desperate things. And what we're witnessing and observing right now, Flight, in real time, is the observation of fear and desperation to hold on to the inkling of power amongst the NFL Players Association. See, the NFL got the NFL Players Association in their pockets. There's no one there to really fight and get the, how can I say this without being too sarcastic, and get the condolence of the fans. Because most of these fans in the NFL are very conservative, right? Very right-wing, very red state voting bloc. And we know the NFL biggest and largest chunk of bodies lie in middle America. And so a person like Shadur Sanders, with Coach Prime backing him, can turn the hearts of middle America and have middle America sympathize with the Players Association. Because there's a new young crop of NFL fans coming into the fold. And the Travis Hunters of the world, the Cam Wards of the world, and especially the Shadur Sanders of the world are bringing in this new flock. And these young flocks have praised, justifiably or unjustifiably, a lot of these players. And they want these players to succeed at all costs. They don't even care about what their contract is. These young cats don't even, that's not even something that resides in their mind. Oh, these players are making so much money. Oh, these players are black, or these players are this. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? That's not even relegated in their mindset. All they want to do is be able to brag. All they want to do is be able to have same game parlays with their favorite players. All they want is to hit that ticket in Vegas. And the NFL knows this because gambling has become so prominent now and obvious now that the Vegas and all of the the bookmakers are becoming influential as well. And so the owners are losing their shield of power when it comes to that. And when these new and upcoming players, especially when they vocalize their confidence and their wherewithal, and the sponsors still flood in to pay them, because you have to remember, Flight, and shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell, because we out here, we grinding, man.
That's
Not only
right.
we grinding, we showing you the work. We're actually showing you the work, and you can dissect it to respect it, because there's no fallacy here. We're giving you the inside scoop from beyond the curtain of the Wizard of Oz. So, Flight, these owners of these billion-dollar franchise are trying to scramble to find people to ward off the influence that's going to come upon the NFL by the NFL Players Association. The NFL Players Association is getting stronger. They're learning from the NBA. They're learning from the NBL, Major League Baseball, and it's going to be crazy when it all falls in place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Dex, man. I'm just disgusted at what's going on. I can't get off the notion of the situation that's going on with Shadur Sanders, man. It seems like he's going to be coming in as a backup, possibly going undrafted. I spoke about this last night. Now I see it's gaining more and more traction online. I really think they're going to stick it to him, have him move as a walk on or something like that. This is horrible. But how likely, in your opinion, is it that this man goes undrafted?
I'm sorry, Flight. If you said anything, I my attention was required somewhere else. Flight, you there? But we're going to see if the NFL still continue with their shenanigans. Um, we know the NFL is a business first and entertainment second, and they're trying to hold on to their business model because Shadur Sanders, with all of the allure that has been packaged with his exciting talent and his resourcefulness on the tundra within that 120 yards of play, of legal play. They know their business model is could be threatened. So we're going to really see how this thing going to shake out. So all of you that's on board, I want you to pay attention to the teams that have drafted the quarterbacks ahead of Shedeur. And when they was in college, how much attention it was getting. Now, you can't say Shedeur hasn't won anything and use that as the impetus of his slide in the draft. You can't do that. Not justifiable. Because only one quarterback in this draft have won something, right? We're talking about the national championship, and that's Will Howard. He's the only one. So you can't use that as the impetus and the excuse of how this draft is playing out, considering Shadur Sanders. Now, I felt pretty bad for Shedeur when he gave this elaborate draft party at his crib and he didn't get drafted in the first round. I knew that was a slap in the face. Some young men would have cried, knowing that they have been embarrassed, they have been tricked, they have been duped, they have been bamboozled, they have been misled. Some young men would have cried based on that. But he kept it together. He kept his composure, and he made a statement pertaining to that situation. So, under the banner of God, he said, God don't make no mistakes. Shout out to you, Nikitu05. Shout out to you. And when you put your trust in God's hand, now, this is tricky now, because my concept of God may be different from your concept. My perception of God could be different from your perception of God. My reality of God could be different from your reality of God. But if he have the correct perspective, the correct concept, and the correct reality of the existence of God, then he's in good hands. Now, if he have kind of a corrupt version of God, meaning something that's just out there without form and without a purpose, just randomly just hovering around the known universe? I don't know. But if his God is very present in form, with structure, and directional, I don't believe he has no problem at all. Because I know he realized what is going on. I don't think he is confused in a bit. So we're just waiting for Flight to join us back. And once again, thank you for tuning in to the stream. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit the notification bell. Hit the super chat if you feel a little gifty and you have a surplus. Go on, hit the super chat. Don't hesitate. Don't be ashamed. Show no regret. Because we putting in work. And you getting this work. And you deserve this work. So basically, like I said before, ultimately, the overall gist of what we're witnessing with Shadur Sanders is like Pope B. Frank said in a previous stream, they just giving him a dish of humble pie. Now, why do we always have to be humble? That is a question. Chat, be engaged. Get in that chat and be engaged. Why are we as black men and sometimes black women have to be served humble pie? Is it to show us it is an obvious? Is it to show us that it is an obvious apparatus and systematic racism and a surplus of white supremacy? Is that the case that encapsulate all of America's activity when it comes to the so-called African American? Is that what this is all about? Shadur Sanders deserved better than this. Shadur Sanders, I'm not saying he's the all-world beater. I never said that because we saw what he did in Colorado in his rookie season. Started out fast, but couldn't get the job done. We've seen this. But guess what? That is something that is not unusual. We've seen quarterbacks in universities done this plenty of times. This is nothing unusual for a quarterback to start out strong and then, fall off. A lot of injuries happened with the Buffaloes. It was a lot of influx and, some indifference, so it was a new thing. And when you have a new thing, you're going to have a lot of new issues that you're going to have to overcome. And one of the new issues that they was unable to overcome was a losing streak. But the second year, they didn't have to deal with it. I think they only had a 2-game losing streak. That was the longest losing streak they had of the season. So they overcame the inaugural season of Coach Prime at Folsom Field. So that shows you that there was a tremendous improvement. Most pundits and analysts and blowhards had Colorado only winning 3 games last season. They superseded expectation, and Shadur Sanders was an integral part of that success. And to show it wasn't a fluke, he led in some collegiate or FBS statistic. And one of the pristine statistics that he led in was quarterback completion rate. That's big in college. Completing that football at a high percentage. Especially that Shadur Sanders was under duress for the whole season. The offensive line improved a little bit, but didn't improve enough where he just had all day in the pocket to be able to scan the field and navigate his team with ease. He was under duress, and he still was a top 2 quarterback in the NCAA. Oh, he had Travis Hunter. Did you just hear what I said, knuckleheads? He was under duress. So by him being under duress, it doesn't matter who he had at wide receiver. It could have been Jerry Rice. If you can't get them the ball, how great they going to be? If you can't get them the ball, how frustrated they going to be based on they know that they're great. And Shadur Sanders mentally, psychologically, was able to circumvent all of the negatives that could arise from being a quarterback constantly under duress, constantly getting thrown to the turf. Every time he was thrown to the turf, he got right back up. You remember that song from, I think there was a German band. If it wasn't a German band, it was from Australia. I get knocked down like an animal, but I get right back up. I get knocked down. You remember that hit record that crossed over into the pop market some years ago? I believe it was in the 90s, late 90s. I get knocked down. And it was an athletic anthem, even though it was a pop song. No, I'm going to keep me down. So Shadur Sanders embodied that. And let me tell you something. When you got a quarterback that can embody punishment and degradation, that is remarkable. And that translates to leadership. And that translates to influence. We never seen Shadur Sanders, regardless of what happened on the tundra, within that 120 yards of turf, berate, throw under the bus, scream, holler, exfoliate, deject, reject any of his teammates. He kept the camaraderie at a high. That shows great sign of a leader. And Shedeur is a young man. And it also shows the parenting skills of mom and pops to produce an item like Shedeur, play football, constantly be under duress, constantly have something to prove, and does it at every level successfully. He is a quarterback with the mindset of going in and changing things for the better. Did not he change Jackson State for the better as a player? Did not he change Colorado Buffaloes as a player? Come on, man. Y'all stop playing with us. Chad, I need you to engage so you can encourage me to elaborate on various aspects of what you feel best. I'm still waiting on Flight. Flight, you got to come back, bro. You got get some questions going on, because I know the people want to hear certain things that you have on the slate. So shout out to everyone chiming in. We appreciate it. So the thing of the matter is, there's no way on God's blue marble that this should be going on. No way. We all know that. You see it across the media landscape. Everybody is mortified by what they're witnessing, observing, and seeing with their own eyes, and hearing with their own ears. To me, it's downright disgusting. To me, it's downright disgusting that we have to speak on this in 2025. This is a situation that should have been long gone years ago, right? We should be in a situation in the NFL with these young men coming out of college in a kumbaya state. There's no way we should be here with anger, apprehension, anxiety, suspicion, and angst. All those negative, contributive attitudes and feelings should not be integrated in this situation. We should be practically celebrating all of these young men. Because with this negative, it takes away from what happened with Cam Ward. It takes away to some degree what happened with Travis Hunter. The Giants, they are living in the biggest media market in the world. They drafted a monstrosity of a human being, a freak of nature, one of the great linebackers out of Penn State U. That's junior linebacker U. We know USC and Ohio State is actually linebacker U, splitting hairs between the two. But Penn State have produced some sensational linebackers who have developed, quite frankly, in the NFL and have thrived in uniform coming out of Penn State. So I'm not mad at the Giants. I'm not mad at the Jacksonville Jaguars. They traded up to get their man. So we know that the number 2 slot was coveted by the Jacksonville Jaguars. And they went and got their man. They said, this is who we love, and we're willing to trade our next year first round pick, because we might suck again. We might. I don't know. It's a 50-50 chance, right? To get our guy. Our guy is Travis Hunter, T12. And he's going to put a jolt in our economy and dab our veins, because he's going to be must-see TV. Because people want to know, can Travis Hunter be successful playing both sides of the ball for a lengthy period of time? Not no special package. I'm not saying every down, because nobody plays every down on either side of the ball, right? Except the quarterback. The quarterback is probably the only person that plays every snap on offense. Because there's always interchangeable parts. There's always different packages. There's always something to be deceptive and skullduggery offensively, and same for defense. The only person that might be on the field second to the quarterback is, I think, the middle linebacker. But even he comes out in certain packages. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Travis Hunter can be successful playing both sides of the ball. Even myself, Duval County, shout out to you. You got a great guy in your midst. Jacksonville's a beautiful city. Man, it's one of the most underrated cities in America, to be honest with you. I mean, when you go over that big old bridge and you come down and look at downtown and see the stadium and all of that luscious water, I believe that's of the Atlantic Ocean. It is not nice. And it's god awful that Jacksonville don't get spoke up a lot. I mean, people know Miami. Okay, that's a given. Miami is a given. Miami is like another country in Florida. It's so different than any area in Florida. So Miami is a given. Then they talk about Tampa, St. Petersburg, before they talk about Jacksonville. Tampa's nice, and the surrounding, and St. Petersburg's nice. And all the surrounding areas, Clearwater, Bradenton, and all that stuff over there, nice. But they don't have the views of Jacksonville. Even Miami don't have the views of Jacksonville. Miami is kind of bland. You know, you go down to 95, or you go over, what is that? The 195, and you go over there and get into downtown and Biscayne and all that stuff, the market. That's okay. But it's luxurious, but it's okay. But Jacksonville, coming off that bridge, going down, and just looking at all the lights. Oh my God, it's spectacular. So I don't know why Jacksonville don't get spoken of when you talk about Florida. I'm talking about in a good way. I mean, we all hear the bad things in Jacksonville, but in a good way, in the luxurious way, where they can encourage more tourism. Maybe it's because they don't want a whole bunch of anything in Jacksonville. Maybe they good with what they got because they can control the atmosphere. Maybe that's what it is. But Jacksonville is not a bum city. The aesthetics is fantastic. And we can't get mad at Tennessee. Coming across I-40, right at the junction of the I-24 corridor, and you get through that hectic traffic, and you look over there, and you see Nashville, and you see the stadium in which the Titans play. We know Nashville is country music of the world. We know Nashville is a party town. We know Young Buck is from Nashville, right? He called it Cashville. So there's a hip hop scene in Nashville. I believe there's Vanderbilt University in Nashville. A huge college. I know they don't do much in sports, but man, as far as academics like doctors and attorneys and things of that nature, Vanderbilt is one of the tops in the nation, producing intellectuals. So we're not mad at Tennessee. They got Cam Ward. You saw what he did with Miami. We know that Cam Ward has been a journeyman in college. jumping from portal to portal until he ran out of eligibility. But what he did at Miami and brought that program back to popular prominence, you can't be mad at that. You can't be mad at that. But when it comes down to teams like the Saints and the Pittsburgh Steelers, who claim they need a quarterback, and they skip on a quarterback, they don't even draft a quarterback. Not yet alone Shedeur. They don't even draft a quarterback. They say they need, but they didn't draft. That's suspicious in itself. If you need a quarterback, but the data out on Shedeur is not sufficient enough for you to draft him at that position. To draft him at that position, then you should have drafted another quarterback. How you don't even draft a quarterback? You go off the farm and get a different position that you claim outwardly that you didn't need, unless you were trying to fool the competition. But there's no way you can fool the competition because the competition ahead of you wasn't drafting a quarterback. No way. They never even said they needed a quarterback. That was never part of their press conference. They drafted based on their need. You claim you needed a quarterback, but you went off the farm to get something different. Pittsburgh did the same thing the Saints did. And I'm speaking about the first round. So this is really something that need to be paid attention to. And if I was you, I would call an ace an ace and a spade a spade.
What up, y'all? It's your man, Freeway Ricky Ross, and you looking at Flight Sports TV. Don't turn that.
There's no time to be diddle-dallying and fallacies and made-up figment of your imagination. This is the time where you have to see it for what it is. There's no delusion to be accepted. It is what it is. There's no way that you can formulate within anything other than what it is. You have to accept it for what it is. And that is, they're sending a message based on the power structure that's intact. We're still on the clock. Shedeur still haven't been drafted, but they pinned Shadur Sanders as the best available pick. He's been the best available pick since number 9 in the first round. Yet, organizations seem to ignore the factor that he has been the best available pick since number 9 in the first round. Shout out to you, Kenny. Glad to have you on board, my brother. What you got in your hands, Kenny? You see what Anthony Edwards did to the Lakers last night? I was disgusted. Ant-Man is on a tear. And I warned everybody about that. Remember? I warned everybody about Anthony Edwards being on the tear. So the Lakers got their backs up against the wall, down 2-1, and Minnesota has all the momentum. So what Luka Magic gonna do? We're gonna see. All the Lakers got to do is win one in Minnesota. That's it. It's a wrap. So shout out to everybody in the chat. If you have any questions or anything that you're inquisitive of, I will give it a shot to give it an answer. If I don't have it, I'll probably research it and have it at another stream. But salute to you in the chat. We appreciate your engagement on this Saturday afternoon. We're still trying to witness if Shadur Sanders will get drafted in these first 7 rounds. Will Shadur Sanders be a free agent walk-on? Is it that the NFL don't want to give up any money? Is it that the NFL don't want to give up any guaranteed contracts to Shedeur? Do you have him make it walk on and make him earn it with every snap and hinge on getting cut at any time because there's no protection on his contract when you're in these late rounds getting drafted? So that is by plan. Because like I said before earlier, we done seen Shadur Sanders' body of work from Jackson State all the way to Colorado Buffaloes. We done seen his work. So the tape is there. So you telling me what you have seen on tape for the 11 games or 12 games that Colorado have played last year, or you want to go back to 2 years ago, the 22 games that Colorado, or 23 games that Colorado have played. There's a body of work right there. I know you're not going off of Colorado win and loss record, because I've seen quarterbacks in there that only played one season with a team. And the other team they played for, they didn't get really no snaps because they had to enter the transfer portal. So they wasn't good enough for one team, but was able to be a starter for another team. And you didn't take that in consideration? So like I said, there is a lot to be spoken on. And the NFL going to have to answer to it. Soon as Shadur Sanders get drafted, we know the commissioner probably going to have a press conference commending all the young men who have been drafted in the first through 7 rounds of the NFL draft 2025. And how he's going to approach and answer the Sanders factor remains to be seen. And I think it would be a delight to hear Commissioner speak on it. Roger Goodell, Commissioner Goodell, speak on it. And of course, he's going to pass the buck, just like he did with Colin Kaepernick. Well, it's an individual team's choice. Yeah, we know that. But we know it was something else, and it was a hidden hand involved. There was an agenda to be placated. And all the suspicion of conspiracy could be justified based on who was drafted ahead of him and where he might or might not be drafted now. So that we do know. Yeah, it's going to be a long night because the draft is 7 rounds. I think Monday is the last round. And we just want to be on board when Shadur Sanders get drafted. Once again, another draft ahead of him, Arlette Carter for the Cincinnati Bengals. So another player I never heard of. He played at Clemson. Never heard of him though. Gets drafted ahead of Shadur Sanders. Well, Salty Dog, all I can say is it don't look good. It's not racism. I wouldn't say racism. I don't know if anybody used the word racism on the stream since we've been covering this. But what it is, it's a fight for power. This is what I have alluded to. And this is my disposition. It's a fight for power because Shedeur and Travis, right? Two sensational must-see TV blockbuster players will enter this year's draft together. And the Players Association, along with the presence of Dion now. See, before his son got into the league, Dion didn't have any connection to the Players Association that was vital enough to wield his influence. Now that his son is involved, you know that he's going to be involved. So if the higher his son was picked, the more leverage he has. I'm speaking of Dion, not Shedeur, because Shedeur will be under contract. So the more leverage he has, and this is almost close to what happened with LeVar Ball and LiAngelo Ball. LeVar Ball already had Lonzo in the league, who was coming in under a phenomenal hysteria type entrance. Right? Remember Lonzo and LeVar and company, BBB, had cameras all over the place at the Staples Center. Filming games, filming behind the scenes, getting rare footage of players walking in down the corridor, getting rare footage of GMs with their arms crossed, chatting. You remember when all this was going on with BBB? Down at the Staples Center? Magic allowed it. Then the situation happened with LiAngelo. The China situation. The Trump situation. It became a political fiasco. Trump hard-nosing China while he was there visiting, speaking about fair trade, terrorists in his first term. And then LiAngelo, as a member of the UCLA basketball team, was accused of theft, along with other players. But guess what? They wasn't worried about the other players. I don't even know if you remember the other players. It was 3 total. But LiAngelo got the brunt of the punitive criticism. And LeVar and his team had boots on the ground to eventually get LiAngelo released. In spite of President Trump, first term, saying that he got LiAngelo released. So there was a back and forth. Then it ended up coming to LiAngelo draft day. He was told he was going to get drafted by the Phoenix Suns. Yes. So he thought the Phoenix Suns was going to draft him around, was it 27, 29 or something like that? And they didn't get him. Golden State thought about it with the last pick of the draft. Didn't get him. So he went undrafted. Now they have to come in as a free agent. Undrafted free agent. Nothing. Years went by, nothing. So this is reminiscent of something to that nature because the NBA did not want to yield any kind of power and influence to LeVar Ball and BBB because they came in with a brand. Keep this in mind now. The NFL have their own brand and branding, their own association and web of network in which it is financially blooming. It's more of a monopoly and conglomerate mixed, strangely mixed, right? Because they sign a contract who they want to deal with. And then who they deal with within that contract, it is stipulated no competitive brands. So they have to do everything they can to wash out any competitive brands after they have made a lucrative deal, signing on the dotted line to deal with the brands that they have already accepted and the sponsors that they have already accepted. So in the NBA, BBB coming in with a brand, it could be counterproductive. According to the NBA structure, power structure, the oligarchs, they call them governors now, but we know they're the oligarchs, the gatekeepers. And so they say, okay, Lonzo went to UCLA. Lonzo was a good kid. He's one and done. Okay, cool. We can deal with that. Now, Jello coming in with a little baggage. I don't know. But what the NBA saw, listen carefully. What the NBA saw was LaMelo Ball coming down the pike. So you already got Lonzo with his sensational fanfare. Regardless if he lived up to the hype or not, he came in with a tremendous amount of hysteria. LiAngelo and LaMelo. So we let LiAngelo in. We already know LaMelo's coming in. We already know this. Ain't no stopping LaMelo. But if we let all three, so we gotta break the chain. And the chain is only strong as its weakest link. And so they felt LiAngelo was the weakest link, so they can keep him out based on the controversy that he had overseas. All because of branding. They don't care. Man, you can beat your wife, you can slap your kids. They still let you play. They still draft you. Come on, we know this. You can get arrested, fight the police. You know what I'm saying? You can do a lot of salacious things and still get drafted. They got PR machines that can handle that already because they know everybody coming into their leagues is not coming into their leagues with a pristine character. They know they have bad behavior coming into their league. So, how this relates to Shadur Sanders and Coach Prime? Because they're coming in with their own brand. And they're coming in with this super hysteria of hype for Shadur Sanders waving his wrist in the camera. And that's the thing. You know, like Cam Newton with the dad. Ja Morant with his shimmy. Or Steph Curry with a shimmy. So when you got a person as strong as Coach Prime that knows how to navigate these shark-infested waters, coming in with a brand, it could be conflicting with the Shield. So these people now, you got to remember, these are multi-billionaires. They can see down the line. This is how they become billionaires, because their forecasting is different from the average citizen. The average citizen, it's hard for them to forecast too far because all of the impediments they face on a day-to-day basis. Food, shelter, clothing, and everything in between. The average citizen has to do that. And they have to focus on that. They have to rely on being a good performer in order to be compensated with a decent enough salary to live above the poverty line. Billionaires don't have to do that. So they can have time and they have enough money to hire, if not being a part of a think tank, but hire a think tank. And for 40 to 50 days, that think tank gathered in a conclave to forecast for the next 5 to 10 years. And that's minimum. I'm just talking about the organization. Now, when you talk about America, America forecasts for 100 years at a time. But these billionaire organizations, they can forecast 5 to 10 years increments. And they have people to think. They pay people to leave everything alone, like monks. Leave everything alone, set everything aside, concentrate on how this could trend for 5 to 10 years. And the best model that come out of these think tanks, and these think tanks are 5, 15 to 25 people sometimes, depending on how large they want the think tank to be. But on average, you get about 6, 7 people in the think tank. And they put all their ideas together. They do the mathematics, they do perspectives, and they do trending, right? These are different forms of mathematics that we just don't learn in regular school. We just learn basic arithmetic. But there's other level of mathematics that get you into engineering a societal concept. They call it social engineering, right? That's what they call it. You know, the common layman term is social engineering. But it's engineering a social concept. And then they have the money to put things in play to make sure there's parameters. Don't go too far left, don't go too far right. Stay within the parameters and keep it moving forward until it comes into fruition. These are what these organization does within their team. And when they have these executives, like these GMs and these vice presidents, a lot of these people are part of think tanks. I don't care if the GM dressed with a hoodie. Don't let them fool you. These are very smart and capable people of getting the job done. Now, when they go off the farm and get a little too slick, that's when things start to unravel and it becomes a wreck. And then these people get fired and then they hire another set of think tank guys. This is why you're unfamiliar with a lot of these names in the higher ups, because a lot of these names in the higher ups have worked for Fortune 500 companies. And some have even built Fortune 500 companies. And some have even built Fortune 500 companies by the owners of the team. And so, we're gonna get you out of that corporation that I own, and we're gonna put you here to think, because I need to make money with this franchise. So you need to translate those wonderful patterns of ideas and bring them over to this organization and formulate a structure in which the organization can thrive. Because we know organization, the root word of organization is organ. And we know the derivative of organ is not the piano. No, it's a body part. Like your liver, like your heart, like your kidney, like your lungs. Those are organs. And so for your body overall to function correctly, these organs have to be in alignment and beating to the same drum so your body can be healthy or even healed. And that's important. And when Shadur Sanders is coming in, they feel he's going to be disruptive to the old business model. And they don't want that. I know I'm amazing at it too. New, shout out to you, bro. You know what? I have seen that. I mean, you know, you always got hardliners, right? Shout out to you, my brother. What's it, Allen Side? Shout out to you, Allen Side. Salute. Thank you. You know what? You always got hardliners, right? And a lot of these people claiming to want to boycott the NFL because of Shadur Sanders, that's preposterous. Shadur Sanders is going to be quite okay, even if he don't never play the NFL. Because do you know how much money Shadur Sanders made since his stay in Buffalo as the #2 NIL person in his rookie season and the #1 NIL person in his sophomore season at Colorado? Because #1 was Bronny James in his rookie season at Colorado. And he was #2. So when Bronny James went to the NFL, Shadur Sanders became #1 in all of collegiate sports as the #1 NIL gainer. So he's already a multi-millionaire. And those sponsors didn't leave because he left Colorado. So boycotting the NFL to me is hilarious. Now, what happened with Colin Kaepernick, you got legs. But you don't have no legs boycotting the NFL with Shadur Sanders. This is a draft. Now, Colin Kaepernick had already proved what he can do in the NFL by going to an NFC Championship and a Super Bowl, and barely lost the Super Bowl, and was going on his way to a second Super Bowl if it wasn't for Sherman intercepting that ball. Right? So, me personally, just my personal opinion, I think it's fallacy to entertain boycotting the NFL because of Shadur Sanders. He will play. He will get in there. But they're making him wait. I even think Shiloh will get in there. So if they're making Shadur wait, Shiloh just got to wait for the crumbs to fall off the rich man table for himself too. So that's how I feel about boycotting. Because look at Travis. Travis made it. Travis had no problem. So they didn't have nothing against Travis, even though Deion Sanders held Travis' hand all the way through the process. It's the combination of Shadur Sanders and Deion Sanders being a team that has the NFL in a fear frenzy. So once again, Shadur Sanders is the best available as we await the next pick. and it looks like it's the LA Chargers.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button and leave a comment.
Yes, sir, Kenny. Cam Ward is one of those mentally tough, strong individuals who have undergone a lot of achievement as he was a journeyman in the NCAA football arena. So now his tour of duty in the NFL will begin officially tomorrow. He wants to make sure that all of the fans, the players, and organization as a whole accept and respect his tour of duty as he is ready to get on the tundra and be QB1 sooner than later. So I like Cam Ward. I have always had appreciation for him since his Washington State days. He was a monster up there as well. So I I appreciate I appreciate Cam Ward as I'm in the Chicago traffic. Yeah, I appreciate Cam Ward. So that's how I feel about him. Joseph. Without his Sanders last name, this is a non-story. He is mediocre. Nobody in the world, in the real, would get an elite job by using their father as the only reference on their resume. That's not true. I think you're reaching a little bit. There's a lot of last names that are very essential in getting some of the finer jobs the world has to offer, not just America, but the world has to offer. So you think if Mark Zuckerberg's son puts in a resume for an elite techie job, you don't think Mark Zuckerberg's son will be one of the forerunners to secure that job? Come on now. It's about your last name. This is why the slave master gave you the slave name, because it's about the last name. Your mama can name you anything, but that last name, if you ain't conscious enough, you're going to be attached to the slave master's destination. So last names can get you a lot of places, and last names cannot get you to a lot of places. So be aware of how you present yourself when you speak about nepotism. Shout out to Rap God Reloaded. Yeah, the fourth round has started, Rap God. They're in the fifth round, and Shadur Sanders went to the Cleveland Browns. How ironic is that, right? Kenny, you feel the Titans going to do a little something this season? I don't know, because the Titans had a lot of gaping holes in their arsenal, so they have to patch up the offense as well as the defense. You know, Henry saved the Titans for those years, and without him, they can't even reach the wild card. So we're gonna see what the Titans gonna do. So Shedeur may not get drafted, and it's only his and his team's fault. The only thing Dion could have controlled was who drafted. Well, E-Money, that was probably true 17 minutes ago, but it's not true now. Shadur Sanders has been drafted. Caucasian folks don't have a right to talk about nepotism. No, they don't. I agree. I mean, this is how the world is structured, right? Nepotism and bloodline, right? Isn't this what they say about the Illuminati, the bloodline? Isn't this what they say about the Masons, the Rosicrucians, right? The Shriners? It's all about the bloodline. Who do you think Jerry Jones is going to leave his playpen to? You think he'll leave his playpen to a stranger, or he's going to leave it to his bloodline? Shout out to the chat, man. You guys are beautiful. We appreciate you on this Saturday. Thank you for kicking it with us. Because there's many places you could be in the world right now and have your mind, but you choose to use Flight Sports TV experience as a space and time in this dimension. Son of Will, what's up, my man? Salute to you, big bro. Bro, what's up? Nepotism is baked into the cake. Just gotta find a way. Man, that's a good way to say that. I like that. Maybe I need to say it like that in the future. Nepotism is baked in the cake. Yes, sir. It's a pivotal ingredient, no doubt. See, the thing of it is this. We just getting used to, or I won't say used to. I'll take that back. Wrong. We're getting accustomed to nepotism. See, when we were in the lower stratosphere of the United States pecking order, nepotism wasn't anything that we even conceived because we was too busy trying to make it day to day. You know, they had us working from sun up to sundown, so we didn't see the nepotism. We didn't see how Master, when he died, he laid everything to his son or his daughter. You know what I'm saying? Or to his caretaker. We didn't notice that. All we just saw was somebody else was in charge, and they was continuing to whoop our ass if we didn't do the things they wanted us to do. So, son of Will, you were so 100% right. Nepotism is baked in the cake, and we just can't escape that. Now that we have put ourselves in a position of somewhat power and influence, and we can exercise nepotism, it becomes a glaring era where we decide to exercise nepotism. But everybody else can do it. I mean, the Native Americans can do it. The First Nation can do it. Hispanics can do it. You know what I'm saying? We already know Asians do it. Asians don't let nobody, right? We know Asians, they are supreme nepotism kind of culture. So, I mean, now we're just getting into a position where we're earning and having somewhat wealth of influence that we can leave something. You couldn't leave anything if you didn't have nothing. You guys understand what I'm saying? If you didn't have nothing to leave, there ain't no nepotism. But if you got something to leave, then you're a part of that party as well. Because you would never want to see your bloodline out of position. You never want to see your bloodline out of position. Shadur Sanders is officially a Cleveland Brown, and it so happens to be Flight's team. Not the New York Giants, but the Cleveland Browns is Flight's team. He's been following the Cleveland Browns ever since Baker Mayfield. So, Flight, you got a Sanders on your hand. And he's in a position where he can compete for that QB1. That QB1 is not sold up.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button and leave a comment.